the one we want.
That's Brian.
There you. I can see him up there, but I don't see him on here.
Good morning, everyone. I want to welcome you all to the August 23rd Cardiff Board meeting. This is a big meeting for us, as you know. I'll give you a brief sketch of what we're going to do today. We have two sets of applications that we'll be going through that the board members will be voting on, and then we'll tally the votes. And this morning, we're going to do the primary part of proposals, and we have 40 of those. And then later in the day, when we finish that, we will do the AP grants. And there will be time later this morning where we will ask you all to stand up and introduce yourselves and what park you're with. So thank you so much for being here today. I will go ahead now and introduce Secretary Reed Wilson, who is on the screen. He's not able to be with us today, but he's going to say a few words. Reed, are you there?
I am. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Secretary?
Can you hear me?
You got your mute?
No, I'm not. Can you hear me?
Is he muted?
No, it doesn't say mute.
We're working on that for you, Reed.
Well, while we're waiting for him, I think I'll go ahead and, excuse me, see what members present. We'll go to Doug R.
Present.
Brown. Chad Brown. Present. Mavis Gregg. Present. Beth Hiley.
Present.
Lewis Ledford. Barnes Sutton. Present. Cynthia Tart.
Present.
I think Doug is going to join on Zoom. I think. And maybe Lewis for part of the meeting, but they both had important meetings out of town and are sorry they can't be here. Okay, I will now do the ethics statement. In accordance with the State Government Ethics Act, it is a duty of appearances of conflict. Does any board member have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before the board today? If so, please identify the conflict or appearance of conflict matter involved. We ask members who recuse themselves to not participate in the discussion or voting of said matter. Does anyone have a conflict today? Beth?
For part of grant application, Town of Glen Alpine.
Thank you.
I do as well. It's ranked number 13, Cleveland County Water Stagecoach Greenways Narrows segment.
Okay, and that's Amber who has a conflict. So we have two conflicts, Beth and Amber, and we just ask you to not speak on behalf of those projects at all and recuse yourselves from voting. Is Reed on yet?
Yes.
Can you
Reed?
hear me? Can you hear me?
Thank you. Welcome. Yay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry I'm not there, but I'm in Asheville. So greetings to all of you on the Parks and Recreation Authority, the Division of Parks and Recreation staff, and all of the local government representatives in the room and on the screen. Appreciate everything you all do for parks and communities across the state. I am in Asheville, and I'm going to talk about some things that aren't exactly related to your agenda today, but are very much connected. And then I'll get into the last few thoughts of the importance of your meeting today. So I'm in Asheville, which means yesterday I visited what will be Pisgah View State Park. Well, it is Pisgah View State Park, but it's not open yet. And had a wild ride through the mountains to see how amazing of a park that is going to be when it opens. The master planning process is well underway. There's a superintendent and 3 other staff, and they're doing great work already, but there will be so many wonderful attributes of that park when it opens. And if you don't know where it is it is southwest of Asheville. Almost all of it's in Buncombe County, a little bit in Haywood County. I mention it, one, because part of help pay for it, and they have a lot of work to do to make it ready, all of it ready for the public over the next coming years. So I suspect that the Division of Parks and Recreation will come back to you, board members, for some funding of those upgrades to make it an amazing, amazing park. So from the mountains to the sea, now I switch out to Hammocks Beach. I believe next Friday is a ribbon cutting for their new campground, which I have seen about a month ago when it was almost ready. It will be it's an amazing facility. And again, Parks and Rec Trust Fund put significant dollars into that to make this wonderful campground for people visiting Hammocks Beach. So from the mountains to sea, you guys are doing things for communities, and it's a wonderful thing. So I congratulate you on that work. Related to all these things, I don't think I've spoken to you since Governor Cooper back in February issued his Executive Order 305 on natural and working lands, which sets out ambitious and important goals for our state. Among them, to conserve an additional 1 million acres of natural areas, especially focusing on wetlands and forests, to restore an additional 1 million acres of natural lands, that could be degraded streams or wetlands, but to restore 1 million acres, and then to plant 1 million trees in urban areas. So very ambitious goals. The timeline is by 2040. Our Department of Natural and Cultural Resources, is the lead agency in Governor Cooper's administration, managing it and coordinating it. And we are on track to meet our initial timeline goals. So that's all good. But everything that you all do, whether it's in state parks or local parks, to conserve land, to enhance land and recreational facilities, counts towards that goal, which is great. Oh, another important thing it does is it requires state government, when it is planting gardens, to only use native plant species and to encourage pollinator species. So that's a great thing too. Then, and this is more recent, I can't even describe this beyond huge and enormous and incredibly important, but our department, on behalf of the state, submitted a grant application to the Environmental Protection Agency to their climate pollution reduction grant program. And they had $4.3 billion to give out. And I'll describe what it's for in a minute. There are over 300 applicants from around the country. They only funded 25, so 25 out of 300. And our proposal was one of those 25 awarded a grant. Our grant is $421 million. Now, it's astounding. It's wonderful. And here's what it'll do. It is not just for North Carolina. This is a multi-state project. It is us and Virginia and South Carolina and Maryland. But our department will run this thing and coordinate what those states are doing. But the whole point of it is to take a nature-based approach to fighting climate change. These projects will literally pull carbon out of the air into trees, into peatlands, into the ground, so that we don't have as much carbon in the air. Because as we all know, and which is scientifically proven, more carbon in the air warms our planet, creates more severe storms, weather events, floods, wildfires, all the things we don't need more of. So what will actually happen with this? Well, let's put it this way. The Nature Conservancy, I just touched my computer and something weird happened. Can you still see me?
Yes.
All right, great. I'll just keep talking. The Nature Conservancy is a huge partner in this, in all 4 states. Plus, in this state, the North Carolina Coastal Federation is a key partner, plus Black Family Land Trust is a key partner. And so these funds, and for North Carolina, it will be at least 121 million out of that 420 million will come to our state to conserve, preserve, restore forests, wetlands, peatlands in the eastern part of the state. That is the focus of this. So there'll be conservation work, restoration work, and in fact, this grant spells out one of the deliverables is $10 million to the Division of Parks and Recreation to buy and add parkland to our state park system, which is a wonderful thing. So this is a huge project. We're going to have to hire more than 15 people to implement this over the next 5 years, because it's not just what we're managing in our state, but we're also working with those 3 other states and the nonprofit partners and the EPA. But we've had great conversations with people in the states and the nonprofits and with the Environmental Protection Agency. So we are wheels up and going. This will make a huge difference in the amount of carbon we have in our air. It is a game changer, and our department is excited. Governor Cooper's excited. Administrator Regan, who is a North Carolinian, is also excited. He came down to do an event with the governor and a bunch of us in the Green Swamp to sort of underscore the sort of places we're going to be protecting. So totally exciting. It's just going to be an amazing project for the next 5 years. So that's what else is going on with our department in parks. But you all are here today for an incredibly important reason. And that is to award grants to local governments for typical, local government park and recreation grants, but also for the separate amount of money for accessible parks programs, which are so important to communities. And I know that you all on the authority and the staff have spent a lot of time preparing for this meeting, reading your extremely thick books, and preparing questions. And I just appreciate so much how much time and effort and smarts you bring to this project. I know that we never have enough money to award everything we'd like to, but that's why we have this very rigorous evaluation process. So to all the local governments online or in the room, I hope you win. And I know that everyone on the authority will do their best to make the best possible decisions. And all of these grants that go out today are going to make the communities that receive them more wonderful places to live. They'll improve quality of life, improve health, just improve, living in those places and protecting our natural world. So I just want to thank you all for doing what you do. And good luck on a busy, busy meeting. I know you all will do really smart things today. Good luck with it. I have to depart and go visit an arts organization in downtown Asheville, which recently received 2 grants from our North Carolina Arts Council. So in all sorts of ways, our department is helping communities thrive. So good luck with your meeting. And I would love to know, either from Brian or Margaret or Jeff, by Sunday evening, how many grants went out for how much money in both categories, so that I can report that Monday morning at the governor's cabinet meeting. So thank you all. Have a great meeting.
Thank you, Secretary. So I think that Reed did a really good job talking about how important the meeting is today, and we're all have been working very hard. I know I can speak on behalf of all the other board members that we do have big, thick notebooks, and we work really hard. And we talked last night at dinner about how we have piles all over our living rooms floors with these and that. And so I am firmly committed that everybody up here has spent a lot of time and taking this very seriously. So thank you for that. Before we move on with the grants, I'd like to Aye. Lewis Ledford. Barnes Sutton.
Aye.
Cynthia Tart.
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so the minutes are approved. Thank you. We're now going to move, I want to introduce Brian Strong, our director. He's going to talk to us about how much money we have available today. And then we will have a special award.
I think I'm going to start with the award first and then go to the funding, if that's okay.
Sure.
So one of the most rewarding parts of my job is that I get to work with some amazing people, not just in park staff who are incredible and do amazing work, but there are amazing people right here, and the board are an amazing group of people who are incredibly committed to what they do. So it's really exciting to work with them. And, 2024 marked the 30th anniversary of the Parks and Recreation Trust Fund. And as part of that, there's one individual who has been a part of that almost since the beginning. This Cynthia Tart has been a mainstay of the Parks and Recreation Trust Fund for the last 30 years. This is a great picture of her being sworn in, and with Jonathan House, Eddie Holbrook, and Ron Kincaid. And I don't know if this was one of your first swearing-ins or one of the second ones, but what an incredible photo. Jonathan was one of the chair at the time and just instrumental in it. And so Cynthia was appointed in 2003, 2002, 2003. And she is an incredible force for the trust fund over the last years. And besides her longstanding service with the board, she's also was instrumental in advocating for the Parks and Recreation Trust Fund when it first started. So she was out she spoke at town council meetings, commission meetings, and a number of things across the state. And besides her appointment with Pardiff, she served on the NRPA Board of Trustees, chair of the Brunswick County Parks and Recreation Board, North Carolina Recreators Foundation, and also the North Carolina Parks and Recreation Society. So you can see that she has so much passion for what she does. And she's also served on a number of boards and advocated for issues pertaining to family, drug prevention, economic development, environmental planning, and her NRPA committee involvement includes serving on the International Committee and the Development Committee and Awards Committee. So I think we see, Cynthia's been incredibly devoted to sort of recreation and people in North Carolina. And this, unfortunately, is going to be her last board meeting with us. And so, personally, I just wanted to say a few words. I really appreciate her thoughtfulness, her kindness, and her intense passion that she shows for parks, and also her concern for those who are marginalized and her commitment to seeing that children have access to incredible experiences in their local and state parks. She's been incredibly committed to those over the years. I personally will miss her. She's incredible. I mean, just the joy she brings to the meetings. But there's also another side of Cynthia. She asks some pretty hard questions. She's tough at times, like, Brian, why are you doing this? And I don't understand this. So it's incredible, but she's brought so much to this. And I certainly personally will miss your presence on the board. Appreciate all that you've done and accomplished for the people of North Carolina. And at this time, I'd like to ask Chairperson Margaret Newbold to come up and share a little bit, and then we'll have Cynthia come up. We have a little award for her in just a minute.
Thank you, Brian. I would just, I haven't had a chance to work with Cynthia as long as you have, but I think I agree with everything you said. and would just, I think today, Cynthia being here is a perfect example of her commitment to parks, because she was supposed to be retired, and she had other plans today with her husband, and she wasn't supposed to be here. And when we were worried about whether we would have a quorum, I called her. I said, Cynthia, how would you feel about coming to the meeting, one more meeting? Because as Brian said, especially with the local grants, you know, she always asks the tough questions. She does lots of thorough research, and I just think it's really valuable for her to be here. And she was gracious enough to change her plans and come for the very reason of her commitment to parks and trails across the state. So Cynthia, would you please come up and accept this gift from all of us? And if anyone else in the board wants to say something right now, I would love for y'all to take that time. We're a little bit ahead of time. So I just really thank you so much. You're awesome. Look, the staff did a great job.
Wow, thank you. Oh, that's beautiful.
You want to
Thanks so
say a
much.
few words?
Where's my check?
That's what she does.
She means reimbursement check, doesn't mean right now.
No. I started, oh gosh, in 1994 when we were advocating for the fund. And the journey has just been well worth it. And I just kept getting reappointed and reappointed. So I work hard, but it's because of the people that are here, and it's because of you, and it's because I know the value of parks and recreation and trails in North Carolina and all across the nation. So it's just a passion. God put it in my heart, and it's just been a passion for me. So I've been glad to serve. I treasure everybody that I've met, and the leadership that here is phenomenal. I wouldn't have served this long if it wasn't phenomenal. So respected to all of you, the staff, everyone. So, yay!
Listen, can we get a picture? Can we get a picture of maybe the three of us?
Yeah, if you'll go right over there, there's light behind these windows.
There is light.
If we could say some words, I couldn't because I was holding Cynthia's
Yes, please
phone,
do.
But when I came on with Cynthia's experience, I'm in my 5th or I guess 6th year finishing up. It's just awesome if folks will remember to mentor the next generation coming in. I think I might be Cynthia's age, but still I was new at this, and she took the time when I came in that first year for extra phone calls and talking and guiding things that maybe staff couldn't tell me or the way things really are. So I appreciated her taking the time for taking me under her wing and telling me how it really is and how to ask the tough questions and all that good stuff. So thanks for being a mentor during this process.
Very true. Thank you.
All right, next up, I'm going to talk a little bit about the funding available. And so, again, this year, this is the second biennium of the 24-25 budget. And so I'll focus on the local share funds available. And so this year, the total share that you'll be awarding today that's available is $9.566875, and so those are funds that you'll be available to distribute today. And let me know if you have any questions on any of that, and otherwise we'll continue on with the next item.
Any questions for Brian? Thank you, Brian. I'm going to briefly go over the grant selection process, and I think before I do that, I would like to ask Charlene and our wonderful RRS consultants, who are the ones out in the field working with all the applicants, to just introduce yourselves, and we just want to thank you for all your hard work. They have gone through all the applications, they grade them, they rank them, and then so as board members, the big fat notebook that the secretary mentioned, as you will see everyone has, we get these big fat notebooks ranked by our wonderful consultants and staff who work together to come up with the final ranking. And then we work off of that today with a few other considerations in terms of geographic distribution and some of that. But if you would just introduce yourselves so everyone knows who you are, please.
Yeah, no, thanks. Charlene Smith, I'm the Director of Recreation Resources, and I'm just sitting up here. They've got all the information that you're gonna need. But I do wanna say Blake is online. He's our Western Region Consultant. He's waving up there in the top corner, so we appreciate him being able to, or y'all setting up so he can come in remotely. And also, I'll start here and I'll let everybody introduce themselves, but Terry Stowers is our brand new consultant, so she came on April 1st. And as Vonda can attest, we're excited to have her on board. So Terry, I'll let you introduce yourself and what region.
I'm Terry Stowers. I'm the Central South region, and I just recently retired from Mecklenburg County Park and Recreation after 27 years. I retired in December, and actually my last day at Mecklenburg, I interviewed for this job, which is
Party
always,
going on in the background.
yeah, so it's always been my vision, I should say, to someday work for Rec Resources. I told Charlene that for several years. So I'm excited to be here, and I'm loving visiting all the small towns and seeing North Carolina.
I'm Brittany Schiff. I'm the Southeast Region Consultant with Recreation Resources Service, and I have been on board for just over 5 years. Been in the field for about 15 years, so glad to be here.
Trey Fouché. I am the Central North Consultant. I've been on board right at 2 years, I think. Yeah, right at 2 years. So I feel like I do know what I'm doing now. It took 18 months or so, but I'm there now. And I enjoy working with this team, and unlike Terry, I love getting out into the communities and learning about the communities in the region.
Hi, I'm Scott Payne. In the Northeast region. I, like Terry, also failed retirement after a career with the City of Raleigh Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Department, and actually Recreation Resources Service, and have come back home. So it's great to be here. It's a great team, and we love doing this.
Thank you all very much.
It was Alex Cadet. He's transitioned into the outreach consultant position, which was the new one that the Secretary and Director Patterson wanted us to have. So he's working across the state, just helping communities. So he's not here today, but he's still on our team and part of it.
Great.
Did Blake want to say hello, Blake?
Blake?
Working?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
Okay, great. Yeah, good morning, everyone. As Charlene said, Blake Covington, I'm the consultant out of the West, so in and out of Asheville, so all up in the mountains. Have had some medical things this week, so that's why I'm not there in person. I really wish I was there, but I'm excited that technology is working this morning so far. So to be present and able to answer any questions. So it's good to see all of you this morning.
Well, thank you all. So, thank you all. And while we're doing this, I want to introduce and welcome Jeff Michael, Deputy Director. Jonathan Avery is our legal expert who keeps us all straight and legal. And Dave Head is our new Deputy Director of Planning and Recreation Resources. Is that right? We're very excited for that. Chris Ann, Communications, and and the help with that.
We're not even here.
Okay, and then these people that aren't even here, but I think they're making all this work. One challenge that we have for this meeting is we have a member who is going to be voting online. And so I know that our IT experts have worked really hard the last couple of weeks with Lillian and Vonda to figure out how to make that work. So thank you for doing that. I want to bring Vonda Martin up. She is going to go through each project, and then she's going to stop for a minute, and if we have any questions about the project for the consultants, I encourage you to please speak up. We do have a lot to cover today, but I think we want to make sure that we get everybody's questions answered, and that's what we have the consultants here for. So does anybody have a question about the voting process before we start? Okay. Vonda, it's yours.
If you would, Madam Chair, if you would conduct a vote for the grant selection process.
Oh, you want to do that now? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so if you'll look up on the screen, we don't have enough money in this round to fund all the projects. So we think it's better to decide now. After the first vote, the staff will take our votes. They'll come back with a ranking list of how, based on averages, the projects rank. At that point, we will look at the geographic distribution and other concerns that you may have and decide who we're going to fund, down to that 9.5 million, right? So based on the first vote, and we're going to vote on this, so please look up here. If there are no ties, we'll offer a reduced amount to the next project. If the reduced amount declines, hold the funds until the next part of cycle. And I always want to make sure that the applicants realize that if the funding is reduced, you're still responsible for completing all of the priorities and all of the benchmarks in the grant. If two or more projects are tied, and if you remember, we've talked about this a lot of times, that we don't have to do it this way, but according to staff, this is, I think, what they would recommend and what we've done before. If two of the projects are tied based on the first vote and funds are available, cannot fully fund all tied projects, these are the choices we have. Break the ties by voting on the tied projects with a new ballot, or offer remaining funds to only the tied projects, or if tied projects declined reduced amount, hold the funds till the next cycle.
I don't understand too. Can you explain that?
Offer remaining funds to only the tied projects.
So it could be just, let's say that there's two tied and we have, 800 available, just for easy math, then we could offer 400 to each, and that could be below what they requested, right? So
But we would split it equally
you
and
could,
offer it
or
to.
you could offer a reduced amount to the next project. So let's say they ask for $500,000, but we only have 400 remaining. And so we could offer that 400 to the next applicant in the list. Excuse me?
Skip the ties. And go to the next is what you were saying.
Yeah, yes.
So we can skip
Well,
in that case.
not necessarily,
No.
but that was just an example.
If they decline.
Yeah, you would need
Right.
more.
Only if they decline.
Only if they decline.
And they still have
But if
to,
there's like 4 projects that are tied, like 2 are tied and then 2 in another ranking are tied,
Yes.
I don't understand how 2 would apply.
Right, so you would go to number 1, the recommendation would be to go to 1 first, and if there was 4, we would likely revote, right? You would revote, so that's number 1.
Oh, 1,
On
2,
the-
3 are ranked.
Right.
Oh, they're ranked. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, and then if
If 1 doesn't work, 2.
2, we would move to 2. and
But that's
then-
unlikely. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
We
Sorry.
hope.
Hold that up.
Any
That
other-
makes sense?
Yeah. I didn't want us to get
Any
locked
other
into something
clarifications?
that didn't work.
Any other questions? Okay, so we need to vote on this, right?
I would make a motion to approve this as offered.
Thank you, Chad. Chad made a motion. Is there a second?
Beth, second.
Thank you, Beth. Any more discussion? Okay. Doug R.
Aye.
Amber Brown,
Aye.
Chad Brown,
Aye.
Mavis Gregg,
Aye.
Beth Haley,
Aye.
Louis Ledford, Barnes Sutton,
Aye.
Cynthia Tart.
Aye.
And I vote aye too. So this is the process we'll go through if there are ties and if we get down to the bottom and don't have enough money to fund them all. Okay?
Great.
Now your turn, Vonda?
Yeah, it is my turn, so
Okay.
let's build some parks, all right? So, like was said earlier, we have 40 applications across the state of North Carolina requesting $15,163,875. To date, per Brian Strong's earlier announcement, we have $9,566,875 to distribute. You can see on the map the 40 applications across the state broken into the 8 prosperity zones. So we will begin with the site plans and amount of party funds requested in rank order by score. Congratulations to the town of Mills River requesting $500,000 for Mills River Park expansion. Are there any questions for the consultants?
A snorkel trail is really cool. A snorkel trail, I don't know if you guys can hear me. A snorkel trail is really cool. My kids and I checked out a snorkel trail in the state and we think it's awesome.
If no other questions, we'll move to the second project. The second project is the City of Kannapolis requesting $500,000 for the development of Kannapolis East Side Park.
I would just add that, as just mentioned, that the floating dock and the paddle boats, just seeing things advance in the arena of parks and what resources are available to communities now. I'm just overwhelmed with all the great things in all of these applications expanding.
Any additional questions or comments? We'll move to the third project, which goes to the City of Sanford, requesting $232,381 for the development of Walter McNeil Jr. Park enhancements. If there are no questions or comments, we'll move to the fourth project. The fourth project is Davie County requesting $500,000 for the acquisition of 2.06 acres and development of Lake Louise Park.
I have a question about that one. Reading through their plan and your comments, Trey, it looks like there's an option to save a lot of money if the DOT were to approve. Can you explain that part to me?
Sure. So this is an existing park that's currently, well, it's currently owned by the Economic Development Corp, but was developed by the golf course that is adjoining. And the golf course has their entrance that goes to the restaurant, the clubhouse, and ultimately the golf course. And it's currently, the playground is accessed that way. When this property became available to turn into a public park, they developed the concept to make sure that there remained public access. But I do think that the owners of the golf course are willing to negotiate with the community to allow easement there. I think from a traffic perspective, it makes the most sense. It's already how people access it, but they wanted to develop a plan that showed that they have access if an easement doesn't work, that they can develop access for the public if an easement doesn't work for some reason. But the preferred route is to acquire an easement. And so then the conceptual plan on there, that parking lot would then go away, and that would remain green space, and the trees that are there would remain there. And that's the preferred method. So yeah.
So if funded,
Mm-hmm.
they would take that out of the scope of their plan and just reallocate that money? Or is it best to wait till we have better information? I don't know the best way to pose
Sure,
that
no, I
question.
understand. They currently have, I'm not making sure I'm looking at, yeah, $70,500 for driving and parkway. And I think that the route to go, and I would certainly work with Vonda and her team, would be to do an amendment and then reroute that money if the easement is secured, and that's the way to go.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any additional questions, comments? We'll move to the fifth project. The fifth project is Surrey County requesting $99,750 for Phase 3 development of Fisher River Park. Questions, comments? We'll move to the sixth project. The sixth project is the town of Sedalia requesting $343,000, $762, $343,762 for the development of Sedalia Town Park.
I'd like to note on this one that this is their first public park. The town is only, 2.35 square miles. So it's a unique application for their first park, and they've not received, of course, a grant. And it's well done. It scored well, and I was just really proud of them to have such a small park and a small town. But they met the requirements.
Any additional questions or comments? We'll move to the seventh project. The seventh project is the City of Hickory requesting $500,000 for the development of Phase 1 of Sandy Pines Park. Any questions, comments? We will move to the eighth project. The eighth project is the town of Wake Forest requesting $500,000 for the development of the Wake Forest Skate Park.
Vonda, I had a question on this one, and I think I understand it now. But it says in the notes that the basketball court and some other things are not eligible for funding, so they'll be removed from the budget if awarded. But my understanding is that they're still asking for the 500,000, right?
Yes, ma'am. They're well overmatched on the project, so the 500,000 go towards other elements.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
They're well overmatched on the project, so
Right.
their overmatch could go to those facilities, not the part of it. So the half that's ineligible, those facilities, we would remove that from the scope when we contract. But they could build it with their overmatch.
But then would they add other things for
They
that
did not
difference?
get points for that, right?
They did not receive points from Partif for those facilities.
And it was removed from the budget too.
You can.
Oh, yeah. I'll say it was removed from the budget, that amount,
Okay,
and is not counted in the facilities as part of the scoring.
okay, thank you.
It's
But to
still
your
in the-
question, I think your question is, does that change the reallocation or the reconfiguring of where the revenue is directed? Would that mean a shortfall in their part of grant?
No, they're significantly overmatched, so it's not going to affect their ability to complete that project. So if you look
No,
at
if the part of the budget, if the part of budget is reduced because of that, where will the additional money be? What will that money be used for instead? It will be reallocated to something else.
in the project, or
Yeah.
would they
Like right
replace
now,
something?
their ask is for $500,000, but their budget, and it includes those things, but once those things are removed, their ask is still $500.
So they have a pump track, skate park, outdoor fitness, and picnic shelter.
Yeah, those are the elements that would go towards.
All of those elements still exceed the $1 million, because they're a little over
That's
$8
it.
million. So the funds,
Okay,
I see.
without those elements, those 4 components that were scored in our staff scoring are still well over the required amount of expenditures to get the 500,000.
okay.
Yeah. And I'm belaboring an old point, but this is why I think it's confusing that we refer to, the part of funds are the match, and what they have is the actual money. So I think
Right.
that's why it's confusing, because
Right.
we're talking about them getting a grant and then matching our grant, but that's not the thing. We are matching what they have.
Right.
And what they're saying is that it's already, what they already have is, we're not doing an equal match to
Right.
what they have.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good clarification, thank you, and a reminder.
And thank you
Thank
for
you.
asking, because I was curious too, but I want to bring up, beat a
But I
dead
was
horse.
referring to especially with part of dollar for dollar, because sometimes you have an applicant that they may not end up spending the full amount they were awarded. They might spend under, but they're still going to be reimbursed on a dollar for dollar. They spend $1, they're reimbursed on it. So
Mm-hmm,
sometimes that helps.
mm-hmm,
Okay,
too.
mm-hmm.
thank you.
Up to, yeah, mm-hmm.
Any additional comments? Thank you, Mavis. Questions? We will move to the 9th project. The 9th project is Watauga County requesting $500,000 for the acquisition of 14 acres and the development of Angler Park on the Middle Fork Greenway. Any questions, comments? We will move to,
Just out of
I'm sorry,
curiosity,
thank you.
Just curious how the one, I guess the 2 active projects, how the administration of those projects are moving forward. Just an update of how those projects are moving forward.
I think he's talking about the next one, right? So you're saying 9 and we're on 8, but it is Watauga. So-
Watauga County has 2 open grants right now.
Oh, Watauga does too, sorry.
Yeah.
Lake.
So that's Blake, yeah.
Boone Gorge Park, Middle Fork Greenway, and Howard Knob Park Phase 1 are listed as active projects.
Yes, so Blake, are you still with us?
Okay, everyone hear me? Grant, the Boone Gorge Park, that one is closer ahead of the timeline as their AFP, and they've broken ground, so they are doing well so far and on track, given all of the constraints of the past couple of years that a lot of our projects have faced. And then the AFP project is a little bit more behind in the schedule, but they are still on track to finish. They had some staff changes at the top of their department right at the time of award, so they were a little bit rocky with that, but they're on track to meet both of those grants within those timelines, as of now at least.
Right. Thanks, Blake. Thanks, Barnes, for your comments. Any additional questions, comments? We will move to the 10th project, Trey. The 10th project is for Scythe County, requesting $500,000 for Phase 2 of Blues Lake Park.
I have a question. It says in the notes that the lake park was supposed to open this summer. Did it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It says in your notes that the park was to open this summer. Did it open?
I have not gotten confirmation that it's officially opened yet. I do know that they have been super close, and we're waiting on, final permit approvals and all that sort of stuff. It may be opened. I do not know officially know. So.
Thank you.
And our staff has not received a groundbreaking or ribbon cutting for that opening of that park.
They have not closed it yet, and yeah, we have not received a ribbon cutting.
Any comments, questions? We will move to the 11th ranked park. The 11th ranked park is Pitt County, requesting $468,750 for the development of the Pitt County Office Park Recreation Complex. Any questions, comments? We will move to the 12th ranked project. I've just noticed in the notebooks that it's not your 12th ranked project because they're ties, but we're just going 1 through 40. I'm going 1 through 40. So the 12th ranked project, which is not really true, but because there's ties along the way, but the 12th one on the list is the town of Rural Hall, requesting $500,000 for Phase 1 development of Covington Memorial Park.
And this would be, they've never gotten a Partage grant before, correct? So this is another one this would be their first award.
The 13th project on the list is the town of Voss, requesting $225,000 to expand development of Sandy Ramey Keith Park.
I would just mention that they haven't applied since 2002. They've had 6 applications, and 1 was awarded in 2002. So my question maybe to Terry is this application a repeat of any of those 6 applications that were previously submitted? Do you have any of that information? Not. Before your time.
Yeah, I'm looking at Charlotte.
Yeah, it's the same park site, but I know they've changed some of the facilities that were there. They did some, and they've rearranged some things. So it's not the exact same application. To look at the summary sheet.
So they're a small town of just a little over 1,000 But what I gathered from this is that through those 6 applications, they've been in need.
Yes.
But for various reasons, they haven't ranked high. And
Correct.
Some of that, they will never rank high because of how this is engineered. So, you know, if you haven't read the justification for this one, I hope you all have, and I hope you look at the last paragraph, talking about the community, the veterans, the people that are there that are serving our country, and the work that this community has done to provide as much as they could provide. It's the most compelling, honestly, justification I have seen in my history on this board. So if you haven't read it completely, I would encourage you to go back and read it later on.
It is an older park, but it is a very well-maintained park. You know, the equipment is old and everything, but it was clean, it was very clean and very well-maintained park.
And I will add on the previous applications, like you see the rearrangement of the basketball courts and tennis court, they're just kind of rearranging the park. Those previous ones were funded with PARTIF, so therefore they can't get PARTIF funds to move them because it's still in the 25-year period to do it. So that's one reason that those weren't included in the project. I think last year they may have been, and we had to remove them, and that might have caused some confusion when you were reviewing it. But this is originally an LWCF funded park, so it's been there for quite a while.
But my takeaway was through the 6 applications where they were not funded, they still made it happen. What a great community.
Any additional comments, questions? We'll move to the next project. The town of Franklin requesting $500,000 for the development of a play area at Whitmore Park. Questions, comments? The next project is the town of Siler City requesting $500,000 for the acquisition of 37.5 acres for a future greenway and park.
I commend them that their match is Golden Leaf Foundation, which is not an easy application to go through process, but
This is purely acquisition project, right?
It is purely acquisition at this point. Although they are ready to move forward, you know, as soon as they acquire the property, they are ready to move forward with greenway development and trail development.
So I had a question on the Mills River, and I just wonder on this one in the planning, where it says 6 of 20, should that not be 6 of 10 since it's just acquisition? Does that change the score or ranking?
I'd have to go back and look at Mills River, which I don't have in front of me.
I think it was my understanding that with planning.
Well, C, rec facilities is where it's not applicable, those 45 points, because they're not building.
Right.
I'd have to look at Mills River.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, site specific, you're right, yeah, got it.
Let me go. Lily will double check.
It is
So
10
it-
of 10 on Mills River, but this does not affect the score. It's a percentage.
Yeah, so the percentage was done correctly.
It
6 of 10.
Instead of 6.
it should be 6 of 10.
But the math was done correctly on the score, the 58. It was done out of 10. It doesn't
Okay.
reflect it in the score sheet.
It's a typo.
Okay,
Right.
it's a typo? We'll
Right.
say it's a typo. Okay. I just wanted to make sure it didn't
No,
affect the
that's
ranking.
a very
Yes,
fair
thank you.
question.
Okay, thank you.
Was there any, in a similar train of thought with the public involvement, was there any conversation with the town about the process that they followed? And I see here there's a note about inadequate distribution for needs and no evidence of advertising.
So as you go through all of these, as you have, you'll see no evidence of advertising a fair amount. And that's something that if consultants are contacted early enough, we jump on that and let them know. But sometimes the meetings have been held prior to us being contacted. And some of it is evidence of advertising. They actually did advertise it, but they didn't provide the evidence of it. And then the other question was distribution. Let me look at my notes on the distribution. So this wasn't a scientific distribution of the survey. It was just sort of collected through Facebook posts, social media posts, having cards out at rec centers and that sort of stuff. So it wasn't, we don't know that we got a full grasp of the community. And so when we see that, we don't award points for the rec needs survey.
And in the application, there's an application guide. Scoring rubric is provided. So, we encourage them to look to make sure that whatever their documentation is meets those requirements from that scoring rubric.
And one of the things, there's a lot of electronic surveys that are conducted. We're surveyed to death, and we're no different. We survey to death as well. We'll talk about that more later. But if they don't tell us how many folks they reached out to, like if they boost a Facebook post and it adds another 20,000 people, they have to give us indication in their grant application of how many they felt like saw it, right? And so that could be one of the questions for not knowing the distribution amount. They may just tell us that they received 200 responses, but they didn't tell us how many they sent out.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any additional comments, questions for Siler City? We will move to the next project. The next project is the town of Sunset Beach requesting $500,000 for the development of Majestic Oaks Park. Questions, comments? We will move to the next ranked project. Clay County requesting $500,000 for the development of the Clay County Agriculture Event Center and Equestrian Arena.
I commend them on their planning. As we all know, that's very important. They received all the points for that. So, and it is a request in which, it's addressing a group of people that, love their horses and enjoy the recreation of riding and activities. And it is an economic engine for any county to have. So I think it's a worthy project.
Additional comments, questions? We will move to the next. I'm sorry, that's fine.
I have a question about the 2012 non-compliant acquisition. Does that mean that the archaeological discovery was found after, so it became non-compliant? Or the non-compliant acquisition happened, like is that an issue with planning and Under the funding history, it says 2012.
Based on the note, Amber, it says that non-compliant acquisition project, site not developed within 5 years due to archaeological discovery. And so they were unable to get by the archaeological piece of that. And so that
In-
created non-compliance.
2016, when they were going to put it in their soccer field, they found a burial mound, and so they couldn't complete there.
And that made it non
Yeah.
Okay, thank
And
you.
that was 4 years after they were awarded, so.
Thank you.
Not the grant, the land. Do y'all know what they did with the site after that?
They buried it. I don't know.
Yes, and
I mean, it's not germane to the conversation right now, but I was just curious.
yes, in other areas of the land, they developed a volleyball field or volleyball court, several trails, and a multi-purpose field. They just, after the archaeological survey, what part they couldn't mess with, they didn't. So it's just there now.
Is it like an open green space, or is it not accessible?
That I couldn't say. I haven't seen it, but their inspections are due this year, so I can share it when I find out.
Thank you, Lillian.
Blake may know, I don't know.
I do not know.
Additional questions, comments? We'll move on. The next ranked project is the town of Wallace, requesting $339,250 for Phase 1 development of Clement Park.
I'll just say one thing. Like Cynthia mentioned, the description for Vass was very compelling, well-written, small community. This is also a small community, and maybe if it's difficult to obtain planning points or public outreach points, taking that opportunity to write a compelling description can really be a game changer. And I really was looking for a little more information from this community, so just as a sharing point for others, definitely take the opportunity to pour your heart out and convince us with that opportunity to write. Or me, I don't know how others would.
I would ditto that.
Yeah.
You may see Wallace again in the accessible parks. They have applications in both, but the party facilities are different than the accessible park facilities. Questions, comments? We'll move to the next project. The next project is the City of Gastonia, requesting $500,000 for Phase 2 development of Linwood Springs Park. Questions, comments? The next ranked park is the town of Granite Quarry, requesting $500,000 for the development of Granite Civic Park.
know if this is, it doesn't say it's a repeat application, but I see that they have applied 2 other times.
This is not a repeat application. They have not applied in a while. I can't speak to when those 2 other times were, but it's been a few years for sure.
Okay.
1999, 2000.
So this is.
2000 was the most recent application.
1999 and 2000.
So, it shows it's in the justification that it's a park that was established in 1950, and constructed in 68 and 73. And it looks like, by the photo that we have, that even though they haven't, gotten the awards, I see that 2004, I just wondered why they haven't come back since then to help make some of this happen, but they have endured and they've kept this park alive. That's an old park, so they've done a good job putting this together and putting it here today.
Additional comments, questions? We'll move to the next ranked park. The town of Red Cross requesting $500,000 for the acquisition of 2.64 acres to expand the development of the Red Cross Historic Farm Park.
So this is the town's first ever attempt at submitting a grant, correct, for part of funding?
That is correct.
And when, I'll go back to what I've said over the years, that when you have these small towns, Red Cross, 789 people, and we know every area in the state is growing, but they have never applied for a grant. You know that there's a lot of need there. So I just would encourage towns, to start applying if they haven't, and just continue until they can get some of the funding to help make their dreams come true with it. And they're never gonna score number 1 because, they just, because of all of how this is arranged, there's just no way they can do that. So that's where I think, we as an authority have to come in and look at the heart of these applications and make decisions there to balance it.
And this is their first park, first public park.
And even though it's the town of Red Cross, it sits on Highway 2427, and it will be a regional park for all of Stanley County because it is very accessible right on the main highway, and see it more of a regional with the town doing the development.
There are a number of applications this cycle that have
There is.
like this, but then there are others who have also applied multiple times and applied what they learned from the last cycle and improved considerably each time. So it is, like you said, Cynthia, keep trying, get that feedback, but also looking at distribution and everything as well.
Thank you. Any additional comments, questions? We'll move to the next ranked project. The next project is the town of Rosman requesting $298,504 for Phase 1 development of Rosman Riverfront Park.
They did a great job with the local match. They pulled in, 4 main partners with funding. So they're doing their homework.
Additional comments, questions? We'll move to the next ranked project. The next project is Cleveland County Water, requesting $500,000 for the development of the Stagecoach Greenway Narrows segment.
And they have not received a grant either. This is their first application, is that right? Or,
Correct.
Is it just because it's the water? Because they do have a, in Cleveland before, right? Cleveland County itself?
The town of Lawndale, has been in partnership with Cleveland Water
Okay.
for other grants. Yeah, so the town of Lawndale received their first Cardiff grant in 2022 with Cleveland Water as a collaborator. Blake, would you like to add any additional information?
Yeah, I would say so. That project you're referring to with the town of Lawndale, which is in partnership with Cleveland County Water, that is a combination PARTIF and LWCF project, and they are pretty much done. The closeout for that project is actually scheduled already for the beginning of October. So that project made really good progress pretty quickly too, as well. But Lawndale and Cleveland County Water have worked in partnership together because Lawndale is an incredibly small town in Cleveland County.
Thank you, Blake. Additional comments, questions?
One quick question for the state appropriation for this. Do we know when they received that appropriation?
I do not know. I could probably dig and find it if I needed to, but unless anyone on the RS team has that information directly with them.
Web grants. It does not say on the application. In web grants, when it was approved.
We'll try to get that answer for you, Barnes. Any additional comments, questions? We'll move to the next ranked project. The next project is the City of Marion requesting $403,000 for Phase 2 development of Peavine Rail Trail. And to answer your question of the previous application, it was this year's budget.
just an observation on this one, on the scoring. Public involvement reflected inadequate documentation of meeting minutes with Parks and Recreation Board. Do they have a director in that county?
The McDowell County does, but in this case does not, I believe.
They don't have a department. They have an advisory board, but they don't have a department.
Correct. They don't have a full-fledged Parks and Recreation department.
An advisory board.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
additional comments, questions? We'll move to the next ranked project. The next project is the Town of Bow, requesting $212,000 for the acquisition of 4.12 acres and the development of Bow Town Park.
I just had
Questions?
a question. In the justification, it says the town is anticipating the conservation fund donating the property. That doesn't sound real strong. Is that, do we have any justification or anything knowing whether the conservation fund is gonna donate that property?
The Conservation Fund actually wanted to donate it earlier, and they went through the waiver process and
Okay.
to allow them to apply. They applied and received funding in a previous cycle.
Right.
It was originally 2 parcels on the first application when they were funded, and the owner of the property passed, and the family members were no longer interested in honoring their wishes of donating the property. So they had to terminate that contract, and this time they came back. So the trust has been holding the other parcel, letting them work out grant applications.
Thank you.
Sure.
Additional questions, comments? We'll move to the next ranked project. The next project is Halifax County, requesting $421,537 for the expansion of the 4-H Rural Life Center, Recreation Center, and Park. Questions, comments? We'll move on to the next ranked project. The next project is Hyde County, requesting $500,000 for the development of Brandon Marshall Ball Field Complex. Brandon Marshall Ball Field Complex.
This is a Tier 1 county and a second application, correct? Is this a second application for the same thing?
Yes, they
Correct.
did apply last cycle, and they did improve their applications for this cycle.
Okay. And I think it's our only application where the public schools are part of the match, which I think is great, and that's because Mattamuskeet School is so close, it's adjacent to this. So there's a win-win there for that. I think they can apply forever, but they're not really going to score high because of the nature of the county and the application and the things that they have to meet. But again, it's one of those projects that will mean a lot to that community. And the last one they received was in 2001.
Any additional comments, questions? We'll move to the next ranked project. The next project is the Town of Plymouth, requesting $161,592 for further development of Plymouth Community Park. as a note to this project, the summary sheet lists $162,237. Due to the incorrect contingency calculations, the project cost was adjusted and brought the grant request down to $161,592 with a match of the same. Questions, comments?
So they've never gotten a Partif grant, right? I mean, they've got one in 2015 but withdrew it. So, but they've never gotten another one, right?
That's,
No, they haven't applied.
Thank you.
Additional questions, comments? We'll move to the next ranked project. The next project is the Town of Atlantic Beach, requesting $161,322 for further development of Town Park.
I would like to ask Brittany if she knows whether or not this is a repeat application.
It is not for the site.
It's not.
They applied in the last cycle, but for a different project site down at the Circle.
So they've applied 4 times but never received, right? Different projects.
Correct.
So they have a full-time Parks and Recreation department. So, any thoughts on facts on the planning?
They have a full-time recreation manager that more so is prioritized to focus on programming. And some of their priorities have not been elevated as far as Parks and Recreation is concerned.
This is an existing park and it is very well developed.
It is, it's very well, it's where their skate park, and there's, the skate park there is a recently built one that is definitely a statewide, amenity. So, and they've got which you all have seen, several other really nice amenities that are there. And the playground facilities are certainly in great need of updating.
Which comes back to the planning. It's a coastal town, live in a coastal town, and you've got to have that planning in place for replacing and knowing that equipment's gonna be deteriorated within a 5 or 6 year time
Certainly.
frame. And
This one, the park site can basically be considered first row oceanfront, so they certainly have to contend with the salt air.
Additional questions, comments? We'll move to the next ranked project. The next project is the Town of Mount Holly, requesting $500,000 for further development of Ransom Hunter Park.
Not further development.
Not for, there is no development.
I stand corrected. It is only for development, not further development. That was an unofficial statement. That's no pun. No pun. Thank you.
There's nothing there.
Additional questions, comments?
I'll just note that it seems like it's a very significant site and was, Ransom Hunter was the first free black slave to own property in Gaston County, which I think is significant, and it's a good project.
Thank you, Margaret. Additional comments, questions? We'll move to the next ranked project. The next project is the town of Silva, requesting $341,323 for further development of Pinnacle Park. Questions, comments? We'll move on to the next ranked project. The next project is Yancey County requesting $305,725 for the replacement of Kid Mountain Playground.
I have a question about that one. Blake, I don't know if you can hear me. In the justification, it says that there are no playgrounds in the county that offer accessibility to this degree. That's a huge statement. Are you able to shed any light on that? Meaning there are other playgrounds that just have spaces, but this would be the first accessible playground truly in that county?
Correct. Yeah, they do have a couple of existing playgrounds around the county. That's some of the other parks that they have, but they are very, I would just say, older in their design, if that makes sense. So not accessible with being able to get a wheelchair into the playground and no really accessible elements or play elements. And that kind of goes into, you can see in the comments, this is a repeat application twice. So they applied for AFP during the first installment and then applied for Part F again last cycle, but they have improved their application score-wise with each submission. So I think that's why they're very dedicated, because it is a big need.
Thank you.
But then I was a little confused, they have an active 2023 part of grant, like did they apply for 2 grants at one time and got a 2023 and didn't get a 2023?
I don't believe so. That Ray Court Park, which they are close to being finished with, I want to say that was granted in 2021 or 2022. Because they did not apply for multiple grants during a single cycle.
September 1st, 2022, but the way that we designate them, it just pushes it into the first full calendar year.
Thank you.
So is there a reason that this is for Part F and not AP this time? Would this meet the criteria for AP?
The project scope, based on the removal of the playground and the addition of an inclusive playground, it would meet the requirements for AP for this coming cycle. I think for them, they, with the improvement, with the way that they wanted to go about improving the scoring system for this application, I think they chose the Part F lane because they did a master plan for this project and did a couple other things. And for example, master planning is not part of the scoring system for AP during this new scoring system for that grant. So I think scoring system wise, the way they went about it, this application, it aligned most with Part F. So that's why they chose that one.
Correct. If you remember, we shifted the emphasis of the Accessible Parks grant to access. It's more about access than it is facilities. And so, like Blake said, that they scored better with Part F than they would have with AP, with just having one improved facility.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
There was a lot of discussion, I heard the consultants, a lot of communities, they weren't sure, like, which one should I apply for? They were trying to see what had the better chance of funding or money available.
Good job, RRS.
Yes, yes.
It's up to them to decide.
Any additional questions, comments? We'll move on to the next ranked project. The next project is the town of Warrington, requesting $95,743 for bargain sale acquisition of 11.3 acres for development of Warrington Nature Trail.
I have a question. Did the town, it says that the governor was gonna declare the town of Warrenton Eastern Bluebird capital of the world. Did that happen?
Believe that has occurred.
Awesome. Good to
Eastern
know.
bluebirds are so pretty to me.
I love bluebirds. That deep blue just shines through, doesn't it, Beth?
Oh, yeah.
So pretty.
I think this is our smallest request, right? Is this
I think so, yeah.
our smallest?
Yeah, I tried to start out at 950,000, but
I know.
it is 95,000.
They would have appreciated that.
Probably scare them to death.
But for 11 acres, this is a,
Yeah.
it's a good deal.
Yeah.
As they say, it's a bargain sale. And as I'll state again, they can submit this application over and over and over and over again, but, you know, that's where it comes to the decision of the authority to look at the meat of these grants and, you know, just examine the worth of them.
Definitely quite the bargain sale. Any additional questions, comments? We'll move to the next ranked grant.
I'm sorry, I'm just
Oh.
gonna be a lawyer right now.
Okay, please do.
Bargain sale is actually meaning that it's being sold at a discount, not that it's a great deal.
Right.
Right.
But it sounds like it is a great deal for
Right.
this community to have a particular piece of land.
Great deal.
Just
for
in
the
case
town
people are
of Warren.
listening, they wanna know, we're not like shopping for sales. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, lawyer.
Sometimes you need two of those in the room.
That's right.
Any additional questions, comments? We'll move to the next ranked project. The next project is Robeson County requesting $363,410 for Phase 1 development of Barnyard Ranch Park.
I just wanted to point out on this project that they have $71,000 in donations. I assume those are community donations, which I think is always awesome when a community goes out and gets support of the community, and they have their support from the civic groups. So, and this is they've never received a park grant, so I just think it was great that they went out and got the community involved in this project.
And this is their second application for this same request, correct? Gary?
Yeah, the second, yes, I forget, was it the AP last time or part of?
It reads as if it was part, if it says this is the county's second application, planning decreased by 6 points because the project was not identified in the comprehensive system-wide plan, and public involvement increased by 5 points. It was an AFP grant.
Yeah, so, because it's a playground that they're proposing. So they have they never applied?
They have three applications.
Okay, yeah. I'm sure it's been a while, is the county, they work to get support from the county commission to get the matching funds, so, they did update.
They've had a push from their county commissioners to have a park in every commission district, and this is the district that does not have a park. So they're being pushed, even though it wasn't part of their master plan, they had the request to actually put one in this district.
And so with it being a multiple request for the years, they reach out after the first time or the second time? Do they reach out to ask the consultant for support or not? To how to improve their application?
Yeah, I know this last time they did not, but I'll be honest, that's when we were in transition
Right.
and adding new people, so we had some vacancies. So I know that was part of it, on being able for us to not being disengaged, but,
They were my first call when I got the job in April. They actually were the first one to reach out, and I was able to talk to them a little bit. It's like a week before the deadline. But they are, meeting them on site. They're a very passionate group, a small department, but a very passionate department.
in a huge county.
Huge county.
Geographically.
Additional comments, questions? We'll move to the next ranked project. The next project is the town of Selma requesting $500,000 for improvements to Richard B. Harrison Sports Complex. Any comments, questions? We'll move to the next ranked project. The next project is the town of Highlands requesting $500,000 for the development of Highlands Recreation Center playground. Comments, questions? We'll move to the next ranked project. The next project is the town of Locust requesting $131,539 for the development of Locust City Park pickleball courts.
Anybody play pickleball?
Yeah. A little bit.
Yeah.
Any additional questions, comments? We'll move to the next ranked project. The next project is the town of Glen Alpine requesting $190,000 for development of the Glen Alpine Downtown Park.
This would be their first part of award, right?
Correct.
And they look like they've worked to get several matches.
Three to be exact.
Yeah.
Additional comments, questions? We'll move to the next ranked project. The next project is the town of Magnolia requesting $235,000 for Phase 1 development of Magnolia Park. Any questions, comments? We will move to the final ranked project. The Town of Boone requesting $134,269 for Phase 2 development of the Boone Skate Park.
Fonda, I have a, if there's no comments about this project, I have a comment on a site plan back on Rural Hall, which is in our second section, that I forgot to ask. So
Can you give us that
it's appropriate to
number, please?
9.03. Rural Hall.
Yes, ma'am.
Forsyth.
And your question?
My question, maybe Trey can answer, is when you look at the site plan and they're looking to create a playground and a splash pad, when you look at the parking, my question was on the parking and looking at the site plan, the future parking is across the street and seems to have a private owner. Is that correct for the overflow? Am I reading this correctly?
Yes, they are in the process of acquiring that property to create overflow parking. It's not a part of this application process, but they do know that that parking is an issue. This is their main heavily used park, and they know parking is an issue, which is why they're in the process of acquiring it. There is also parking. It's tough to tell, but there's parking around the baseball field that is already there. Because the road dead ends at basically the railroad. You see the railroad on the left side. So there is parking along, that Maple Street sort of dies into a parking lot.
Okay, so for the future parking, they wouldn't be walking across a busy street. I'm not familiar with the area.
Right. There is parking around the baseball field where they would not, and that Maple Street, there's a road that comes in right at the green line. But that is the last road that comes in, and then it sort of dies into a parking lot.
Yeah, I was looking at the safety aspect and the lack of parking for the whole.
Right. They know it's an issue, and they are paying attention to that and trying to address it.
And the existing pond, is that a fishing pond, or is it just put there for a purpose reason?
I do not know if it is fishing or not, but it's definitely there, and there people walk around it currently. I mean, it's a walking loop for sure. And I mean, the private property that's on that, I guess, bottom right corner has a great view of the lake and into the park. So I am not aware if fishing is allowed there or not.
Okay. After reading the Canapolis application, I was thinking about the paddle boats in there.
Right, sure. Oh, yeah.
What a great place to have, a lot of family activity there with
Sure.
pond.
Sure.
On the property.
And they have plans to try and acquire property on the other side of the railroad, actually, and to work with the railroad to create some sort of connection to sort of expand the park. But, I mean, that's down the road. So.
Thank you for answering.
And we love the railroad.
Any other questions on any of the applications?
I do have one update,
Okay.
just to show that people are watching online. Forsyth County sent an email, and after your question about Palouse Lake Park and whether it's open, it is not open yet, but they are very close, and they will certainly send an invitation to the authority when the grand opening is held.
Thank you very much.
Watch what we say.
That's right. Yep. Vonda, thank you so much for going through those. I think we had really good discussion, and thank you to all the consultants for having all the answers as always. Yes. And now we will distribute the ballots. And I'll just remind everyone, our voting guidelines are we vote 1 through 4, with 4 being exceptional or top priority, and 3 being high priority, 2 being medium, and 1 being low. So I know it's going to be a hard challenge, but that's what we're doing. And do you have anything else for us, Fonda?
I do not.
Okay. I just want to take a minute before we start this voting for our guests to please stand up and introduce yourselves and where you're from. And I just really thank y'all for being here. And we wish we had more money because they're all such great projects. And it's always fun for me to just read all the applications, thank you, and see all the great work that's going on around the state. So thank y'all for making your community stronger. You want to start right here on the front, please?
Brittany Barnhart, Mayor of Granite Quarry. I just want to thank you all for your time and consideration during this process. And just a little plug for the scoring. Just remember that those funds impacting smaller communities make huge impacts. When I was first elected, I was the youngest mayor in Granite Quarry. So I set a new record with that. We completed a full park master plan, and then we did a site-specific master plan, and now we're here applying for the grant. So just remember, you know, our penny when I started out was in the 20s, 20,000. Now we're at 40,000.
Name and who you're representing. I applaud you for being the youngest mayor, but
Great
name,
job representing.
we did let you get a little bit further along, but your name and the project you're representing, please.
Jason Horde, I'm the town of Granite Quarry town manager, and thank you for your consideration.
Much better. Continue.
Town of Selma, Richard B. Harrison Athletic Complex.
Anthony Lamb, town of Selma, Harrison Complex.
Yes.
Gary Mills, Director of City of Annapolis, Parks and Rec.
Matthew Johnson, town of Jamestown.
Rebecca Ashby, town of Jamestown.
Jeff Ford, town of Jamestown.
Last but not least, Scott Coker, town of Jamestown.
Donna Collins, Lake County. I am on the Surrey County Board Advisory Committee for Park and Rec, and I'm here for official football.
I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear.
Donna Collins, Surrey County Parks.
She's the Recreation Advisory Committee Chair, so she came out with this. Daniel White, Surrey County Parks and Recreation Director, Fisher River Park Improvements.
Thomas Gillespie, Nash County Parks and Recreation, just here observing.
David Griffin failed from retiring from the city of Rocky Mount.
Emily Moore with Nash County.
Laney Headley with Nash County.
Blake Hargrave, Sunset Beach, town councilman. And so just here to see how things go and very impressed with what you do. And thank you for all you do for Parks and Recreation in North Carolina. I'm too long, I know, I'm sorry.
Thanks.
This is my wife, and she tries to travel with me. So.
Hello, wife. You're welcome to stand up and give us your name. Very nice to meet you.
Nate Haluka, I work with McGill Associates. We're helping Bass, Davie County, and Sunset Beach.
I'm Alice Keene. I'm the Special Projects Coordinator for Pitt County Parks and Recreation. I'm here with Pitt County Office Complex project, and I was one of those folks back 30 years ago that was with you and many others really advocating for the Parks and Recreation Trust Fund. We're grateful for what the authority has done over the years, and as the mayor said, these dollars have made a tremendous, tremendous difference across the state of North Carolina. So thank you.
Thank you, Alice.
Luann Bryan with McGill. Michelle Leonard, Friends of State Parks.
Go ahead.
Michelle, the other Michelle, Michelle Wells with the North Carolina Recreation and Park Association.
I'm Sam Little, I'm the Piedmont Regional Sales Specialist with North Carolina State.
I just moved over here to stand up for you.
Her other personality.
That's right. I think we've had Kathy come in since we introduced folks, so thank you, Kathy Cap, Deputy Director
State Park Operations.
Operations.
Yeah,
Thank you for being here.
fantastic.
Okay. You gonna do your division update?
Yes.
Okay.
Are we voting now, or?
Yeah, what do we?
I mean, I can wait.
That would be great.
I think I'd rather wait if you don't mind. Let us go on and vote. So, yes, so we will have a break, for a few minutes to vote. We're a little bit off schedule. We will take a lunch break around 11:15 and plan to come back here with the results at 12:30. So maybe you should give your update before we get it. I don't know. We'll just have you do the update when you come back, okay?
I'll come back from break.
Yes.
Yeah, when you come at 12:30, is that okay? Okay.
Does that fit your schedule, Brian?
Excuse me?
Does that fit your schedule?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm free. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, we're gonna,
Okay, so you go ahead, Lonnie.
we're gonna give you all a break, while they calculate their votes. We will return, and Brian Strong will conduct the Division of Parks and Recreation update at 12:30. So please enjoy your lunch, and the museum. It's really a tough sale, but please enjoy the museum, and we will see you back here at 12:30.
William, may I have the new set of ballots? I did it wrong.
Yes, ma'am.
Number two pencil.
Put money in the jar, put money in the jar.
Yeah, we're done till after lunch, yeah. Hello, may I have everybody's attention, please? Our staff has not come back with the tally votes yet, so we're still waiting for them. But Brian is gonna give us the division update. Thank you, Brian.
All right, thank you. Special thanks to folks here, Michelle and Michelle, for helping us with the 30th anniversary. Great event. Hope some of you got to go, but what a great celebration on June 11th, and this was over at Dix Park, and great team put everything together there. So it was a lot of fun, and we awarded Bayard Elkhorn the Order of the Longleaf Pine. Doug had T-shirts for us, so just a really incredible, great celebration. So thanks for everybody who made that just an amazing. Oh, there it is. There it is. So that was encouraging. I'm going to play, let's see what we can do here. One of the groups we've been working with is called Waypoint Adventures. It's not up anymore. And they have done some incredible work with us over the years. So want to talk a little bit about that, but there's this great video.
Pretty.
The dinosaur display. If y'all haven't seen the dinosaur display here, here's a little.
I love it. But never think that's dinosaurs on it. It is cool.
Quick question for you. I'm just trying to get the PowerPoint down so it's not showing up on this. You have to X out of it. Let's see if I can minimize it. It's just, it's right. Yeah, it's right there. Mm-hmm. Oh no, it's not.
Yeah, this is one of the ones we wanted to test out.
It was working earlier.
Where is it? This is?
Yeah.
Let's just copy that and put to a browser. Yeah, you do copy it.
No.
Yeah, you can. Can we come out of this, Brian?
Yeah. Oh,
Can we
yeah.
come out of? Yeah. In the slideshow. Now let's.
I just don't know how to get out of the slide.
Let's edit this slide. You wanna.
Put it in the browser. Yeah.
You want to click. Oh, here you go. Then go ahead and
So
edit
this
that.
is what she did.
Put that in
She
the
did
browser.
that with
Right
me,
click.
and I just.
Which is already there. But
Were you there already?
yeah, it's already there. It's just not coming up. Oh, there it is. There we go. Perfect. You might want to wait.
You know what was happening is that it wasn't switching out of the application. It was already there. You had to just switch out.
Okay. Wait here so I make sure my PowerPoint.
Experience learning about some of the challenges people with disabilities have and learning how to
to overcome those challenges and make North Carolina State Parks more accessible to everyone. That's an incredible opportunity, and I'm glad that we're part of it. So we have a great group coming out today. We got to do a little bit of kayaking. I think probably most of them out over, but had a lot of good laughs, a lot of good splashes, and it was a great time.
About that. All right. Great group of people. We've been working with them in Western North Carolina. So they guide programs for us. They bring in staff to help and facilitate those. And the first programs were the adaptive kayaking at Lake Norman and Lake James. And then this fall, we're offering some more paddling programs as well as hiking at Chimney Rock and also at the attraction at Chimney Rock. So excited about those coming up, but those have been some great programs to be more accessible to a larger group in the park system. Mount Mitchell, this is one of, you guys helped fund this one, but this is the addition of 238 acres to Mitchell. And this is one of a great collaboration between a number of groups, including Conservation Fund, Tim Sweeney's 130 of Chatham, and just this, this is our oldest park, and we're still acquiring land. So we're still working on getting all these parks together, but just a great access, and this is some beautiful property, really gorgeous high country access, and it's been identified as one of the critical tracks for the park at Mitchell. Had a great swearing-in ceremony on May 21st. We commissioned 8 new rangers at Umstead State Park, joined by the secretary, deputy secretary. So that was a great event, encouraging. We're really getting out some incredible new folks within the division, so that's exciting. One of the things that we were able to do, which was great, in July of this year, the General Assembly passed a law that provided free state parks annual passes to eligible disabled veterans. So this is really exciting. We're going to be able to include coverage of entrances at the reservoirs, equipment rentals, and Hammocks Beach ferry passes. We're just really excited to provide this kind of benefit to disabled veterans who've made a huge sacrifice for our country. So super excited about getting that plan implemented. And so we've already got a lot of people who've already asked about it and getting ready to register. So that's exciting to move that program along. Capital improvements. We've got several projects that are under construction right now, including Medoc Mountain with the renovation of the campground there. We also have construction continuing at Umstead State Park with renovation of their campsites, putting in RV campsites, camper cabins, as well as some renovation of the existing tent sites, and actually a new shower house there. Again, those were both old facilities that needed some love and needed some additional facilities. Lumber River contract for that property is out to bid. Hopefully get that back in the next couple of weeks. And then work has begun on the Vade Mecum. So this is a picture, just tearing it down to the studs, and then we'll be reworking that project here soon. So excited about that and see where that's going. One of the exciting things that's happened recently is the Outdoor Recreation Legacy Partnership grants. And so this is a grant program through the Federal Land and Water Conservation Fund, administered by the Department of Interior. And this grant went out fairly recently, and there were several projects in North Carolina were selected. So it was about $47 million federally that went out, and we had 3 projects recently that received funding. One of them was the wetlands at Bailey Gateway, which is the Walnut Creek Wetlands Center. They got an $845,000 grant. And that's exciting because that's a really big community effort there. And they're really trying to make that connectivity between the community and the Wetlands Center. So that's a really exciting project. City of Raleigh project was selected, Smoky Hollow project, which received $8.6 million. So if you drive in on Capitol, that big, got the fence out there and the skate park, that's where that'll be going. So that's a really exciting project for Raleigh. They're going to be daylighting some streams. They're going to be putting in a lot of facilities there. So really excited that they received this funding. Jurgen Park in Garner received $8.5 million. So again, these are some great projects. Really excited this money is. And then this money actually is part of this money goes towards disadvantaged communities. So really excited to see that North Carolina got a great share of this funding. And then the Secretary of Interior is going to be coming down here just for a visit. So we're really excited about that. That you know, she canceled. I think this will be the third time's a charm. But really excited that, you know, they're excited get them into North Carolina and see all the amazing things that are going on in the state. We finished up our internship program on August 2nd. We had we have a great event at Haw River where all the interns come back in, present what they've done, talk about, you know, kind of their experience, and that was just it was really an incredible time. Great, I really enjoyed that. We had 23 interns across the state park system, and including 5 which were part of our HBCU internship program. And so I feel like most of them had some great time. And I was just amazed at the kind of work they're doing, the insight they had in the division. I'm like, wow, this is great. So we had some great interns. Really exciting to see the work, and I think some of them are really excited. I know some of them are interested in coming back in the future. So they were at a number of places doing everything from visitor surveys to education to sea turtles. So just a diversity of work that they're going through. And then the Juneteenth celebration, which was held this year at Lake James State Park. Deputy Secretary Michael was there. And this was really kind of the co-host of this was the West Marion Community Forum and the Men of McDowell, and highlights the restoration of Rock Hill Cemetery. So Rock Hill Cemetery, and a lot of people that worked there actually had folks that were in the Rock Hill Cemetery. But the cemetery was part of what's called the Fontaflora community. So that was sort of this really once vibrant community that's now, unfortunately, at the bottom of Lake James. But you know, really celebrated that and came together and did some, and they've really done a great job of sort of restoration of this cemetery and really calling that out. So it was great, and a really great day of honoring that community. We had quite a few staffing changes. We're continuing to work on that, but as was announced earlier, Dave Head is now the Deputy Director for Planning and Recreation Resources. So excited to have him on, and excited that all the things that I was doing that he can now do. So that was really encouraging. So really excited for that, but excited to have Dave in that position. So that's great. Juliet Clemens is our new HR manager for the division. And again, that she comes in with a wealth of experience from DHHS, and we're really excited to have her as part of that. Manaz Rouhani is the new finance manager. So she's been working with the division for a number of years. And then she's also hired 3 new accounting techs. So we are getting there in terms of our finance piece. So that's exciting. And Tammy Dodd, who has worked with our budget office for decades, is retiring on August 30th. So she has, I think, 35 years with the state. So she's done an amazing job. So she'll be retiring as of August 30th. And then Mary has joined the Natural Resource Program. When Jimmy took his position as the program manager, Mary's going to take on the restoration side of things. So she'll be doing forestry restoration. She'll also be doing wetland restoration and stream restoration. So she'll be managing that for the division. Michael Woods is the new superintendent of Stone Mountain. Excited to have him there. Colton Blake has been named the new superintendent of Lake Norman. I saw him on the video. And Brock Martin has been named the lead superintendent at Jordan Lake State Recreation Area. So excited to have some new folks in there. Aaron Brown has been named as the superintendent of Falls Lake Recreation Area. We have 2 superintendents there, and she is the new superintendent there. And then at Jockey's Ridge State Park, we presented our burner of the year, and Joy, who's been incredible, has started a really exciting burn program at Jockey's Ridge, which you wouldn't think, Jockey's Ridge Fire, but she's done an amazing job. There are several fire communities there, and she's done a great job working with them. And then, I think it was already mentioned, but next Friday, a week from today, we'll be doing a ribbon cutting at Hammocks Beach. Excited about that. We've got new cabins, so this is all brand new facilities at a piece of property, 287 acres we purchased at the mainland about 10 or so years ago. We've got a new bathhouse, shower house. We've got camper cabins, RV sites, and then regular tent sites. So excited about that, and appreciate all you do. Thank you so much for your time, and that's all I have. Any questions? All right. So I like how we make them sit through this, for the.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we have the results. Madam Chair, the information on the screen is the running total to the, where we had no, oh, that's not right. I'm sorry. Hold on a second. I'm sorry, yes. So, if you notice at Red Cross 7-2-12, so the final rank at Red Cross is 7.2. Its rank by score was 1203. The Red Cross Historic Farm Park, that is almost 100% funding, right? So that total is, okay, I don't have, okay, that total is $8,886,923. And so and then we have 3 tied projects that are listed in yellow. That total, the 3 tied projects total $1,305,725. And we have $679,952,000 remaining to distribute.
So, I would ask the authority members, can we put the map up too?
Yes.
The distribution map?
Yes.
Please. So the ones in red triangle are the ones that are ranked the top with the money that we have. And I think, if we are all in agreement that we want to fund these, I will go on and read those out so folks know, and then come back and talk about the ties. Is that the pleasure of the board?
Yes, do you need a motion to accept those? Say something to me. Do I need to make a motion that we accept all the projects through the one ranked 7.2?
Yes, through Red Cross?
Yes.
Yes, please.
I'll second that.
Okay, Beth made a motion to accept funding through the Red Cross project, and Chad seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? We'll have to go down the list. Doug R.?
He is not with us.
He's not anymore, okay. Chad Brown?
Aye.
Amber Brown? Mavis Gregg?
Aye.
Barnes Sutton? Beth Hiley?
Aye.
Cynthia Tart?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so that motion passes. So I will now read out for everyone the projects that are funded. Mills River Park Expansion, Kannapolis East Side Park, Walter McNeil Jr. Park Enhancements in Sanford, Sedalia Town Park, Bass, Rural Hall, Covington Memorial Park Revitalization Project, Sunset Beach, Majestic Oaks, Surrey County, Fisher Park, Hickory, Sandy Pines Park, Hyde County, Brandon Marshall, Warrenton Nature Trail, Davie County, Lake Louise, Wake Forest Skate Park, Watauga County, Angler Park, Forsyth County, Belews Lake, Pitt County, Parks and Recreation, Franklin, Town of Franklin, Granite Quarry, Civic Park Improvement, Halifax County, 4-H Rural Life Center, Siler City, Future Boiling Lane, and Red Cross, the Red Cross Historic Farm Park. So all of those projects are fully funded, and we now have 3 projects that are tied: Clay County, Mount Holly, and Yancey County. And if you look at the distribution map,
Would you like for me to show you where the 3 tied projects are?
yes, please.
Clay County, Mount Holly, Yancey County.
Do you recall if any of those were second or third applications?
What'd you say? Yancey is.
Yancey, yes.
Clay and Mount Holly's the first time.
So Yancey County is.
So Clay and Mount Holly is the first time they have applied, and Yancey County
This is their third for this project.
is their
The
third.
third request?
Yes, ma'am.
And the first inclusive, that the one with the first inclusive playground
Yes.
in that county.
So if it's my understanding is correct, what we need to decide now is how to handle these 3 ties. And if you go back, Vonda handed out this sheet to remind us to break ties.
You are the only one who got that.
Oh,
Special,
wow.
special.
You can put it back up on the screen.
Sorry?
Could you put the tiebreaker?
No, but I'd be happy to read it.
Okay,
Okay.
go ahead.
So, for remaining funding, based on the first vote with no ties, we had 3 ties. So I moved to the second part that says, if 2 or more projects are tied based on the first vote, and funds available cannot fully fund all tied projects, here are the priorities for tiebreakers. Break ties by voting on tied projects with a new ballot. Offer remaining funds to only the tied projects. Or if tied projects declined reduced amount, hold funds until the next part of round.
The amount left is $679,952.
Here you go. So here's the money picture. The total requested for tied projects is 1.3, and the available funding for the projects is $679,952.
So I think, what, Amber?
If the board chooses to vote, can that ballot be tallied and counted while we are discussing something else, or is that a potentially 45 minutes of?
It is much quicker.
We have pizza too.
I make a motion we go with the printed ballot.
Beth made a motion to go with the printed ballot. Amber, second.
Why do we have to vote on that? We don't have to vote on that.
Oh, okay. Well, you're the lawyer. Okay.
No, because we already adopted the procedure, and the part that I clarified at the beginning was those 3 things, and what we agreed on was that those were, the definition was that those were ordered already.
Okay. Is that good? Okay, good. Thank you. So, do you have a ballot made for us to use
I do.
already? May we have it? Thank you, Vonda. Great work.
Put your name.
I did.
Sign it. Thank you.
You got 2 phones?
want to take all your phones?
Wait, I'm.
Been on a Law and Order sprint, so I've been like. Are you
I don't really know what's gonna happen now, but we'll be back as quick as we can.
We'll figure it out, thank you. Okay.
Right, go for it. Should we just take a 10-minute break?
We're gonna take a 10-minute break to go back here and see Chad.
Say goodbye to me.
thank you, Vonda, and I also wanted to thank Lillian, who I think we neglected to introduce at the beginning of the meeting. So Lillian, thank you for hiding over there and doing all the work. Well, not all of it. So we're going to vote on these last three, and I hope that people haven't already left. If you didn't get funded this time, it's just a challenge that we have every time, and we encourage you to come back. We know that there's a cost of time and energy to write applications and do them, but we really do want to try our hardest to fund as many projects as we can. So help us on your end to talk to legislatures and get more money into the trust fund so we have more to spend. And just know that we all really appreciate the hard work and commitment that you have put into applications and into projects. So I'm just gonna ask us to cheer all of y'all for a minute and thank you for your work. So now everybody has the results.
Only
Just,
you.
only me? So special. Okay, we might need to absorb this for a minute. So we get that, we have that left. We have that. Okay, thank you. Okay, so the results of the tie vote was Yancey was voted first and can be funded at $305,725, $305,725. That leaves us $374,227 remaining, 374,227. Both Mount Holly and Clay County requested $500,000 apiece.
Madam Chair, will you share who was second based on the second vote?
Mount Holly, thank you. Mount Holly came in second, Clay County came in third. They both requested $500,000. So we have 374,227 remaining. We could offer that 374 to Mount Holly. Bless you.
Thank you.
Question?
Yes.
There is no longer a tie with the second vote, correct? There's now ranked first, second, and third.
Yes,
Correct.
right.
There's not a tie.
So then we would be using the first paragraph of, based on this vote and no ties. Does that language apply here? So we offer the reduced amount to the next project? Is that
Correct.
Right.
That is correct.
And again, it's incumbent upon, they still would need to complete all the deliverables
They
with
would
that
have to.
reduced amount, correct?
Correct. They would have to complete the full scope of work as requested in their application for the reduced amount.
I make a motion, we fund Yancey County in full and offer Mount Holly the remaining, and they decide what they wanna do with that. If they refuse it, we carry it over to the next.
Chad, did you second?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Do I need to repeat that? Beth made a motion to fund Yancey, offer Mount Holly 374,227. If they don't want to take that, to roll it over to next cycle. All right, okay? Any discussion of that? No? Okay. Let's do the roll call. Chad Brown? Mavis Gregg? Amber Brown? Barnes Sutton? Beth Hiley? Cynthia Tart? And I'm an aye, so that motion passes. Yancey is funded fully, and we will have staff offer Mount Holly the remaining amount. Any discussion, comments for folks after that? If I am correct, we are wrapping up the Cardiff local grant funding part of the meeting.
That is correct. We can take another quick break if you would like, while we switch over to accessible parks.
Is it the pleasure of the board to take a break or keep going? We would like to keep going if staff can do that. And they might have other.
So I'm not practicing. I have a company that
I remember looking at that last year.
is building technology to resolve title issues on inherited family real estate.
Congratulations, everyone that's leaving.
Yes, thank
And
you.
welcome everybody that is staying for the accessible parks results and the review of the ranked projects.
What did Vonda say? I missed that.
Ready?
Oh, sorry.
Ready? Okay. There are 23 applications across the state of North Carolina requesting $8,361,345. Sorry, I'm late in the day. We have 12.5 million to distribute. The city of South Point withdrew their application in advance of today's meeting. Therefore, they have an X, a blue X. We will begin with the site plans and amounts of AP funding requesting in rank order by score. Is everyone ready?
Sure.
Great. So the first ranked project for accessible parks. Oh gosh. Da-da-da-da-da. Sorry. All right, so let's talk about it real quick first, though, just so everybody in the audience knows. So we already shared that we have 12.5 million. Of course, we have 8 something in request, right? 8 million. So there's going to be around 2. The matching grants can be used for construction of special facilities, adaptation of existing facilities that meet the unique needs of persons living with disabilities, or enable them to participate in a recreational or sporting event regardless of their ability. Applicants can request a maximum of $500,000 with each application and must match the grant with at least $1 of local funds for every $5 of grant funding. The Accessible Parks grant emphasis is on access. And so there's a maximum access per the Americans with Disability Act. There's a minimum access, and then there's no access. So for this grant round, we emphasized access, not facilities. And so if a local government took a facility from no access to minimum access, they were awarded points. If they took it from no access to maximum access, they were awarded more points. And if they took it from minimum access to maximum access, that is how we scored the grants. Does anybody have any questions on how that was done? So on your score sheet, we have listed impact at the bottom of your score sheet. So you can see the number of facilities from no access to minimum, minimum to maximum, and no access to maximum. So that's how the scores were tallied for each application, not the number of facilities, just points. In addition to planning, public involvement, and operations and maintenance. Any questions? A second round of applications will open in web grants on September the 3rd, with the remaining funding available following the Parks and Recreation Authority selection of projects. The number one project, the number one ranked project, is the City of Mount Airy requesting $498,313 for further development of Westwood Park.
I just wanted to clarify, because I thought you were gonna do more on the other.
Sorry?
No, my bad. Under the planning points, like the first two are kind of what we're used to as part of, and then the next two, an approved ADA transition plan, that might be something that a larger city may have within their whole town, but then like the completed ADA checklist was something that a small community could do to make up that gap, and they could say, this is how we're going to, make our rec department more ADA compliant. Is that correct?
Yes, so that an ADA transition plan is specific to the number of employees. So it's not just large municipalities, it's based on the number of employees, of which I can't remember what that is.
50.
Okay. 50, thank you.
That's
50,
a local government entity.
50 FTEs,
50, which could
Total.
include part-time employees.
okay, 50 employees
Of the town,
of the town,
not the,
Or the county.
right, or the county, whichever municipality is applying.
Right.
So this whole process was an education for all of our applicants as much as it was awarding grants for accessibility, right, or for access. So when we set it up, most, and I can't say the percentage of how many have 50 employees per local government, but anybody that does should have an ADA transition plan. We didn't want to disqualify anybody, so we offered a checklist for local governments to measure their accessibility of the site for their application. Therefore, if the Parks and Recreation Department and all of these local governments want to continue that process, then their section of the transition plan would be completed, right? It then goes to priorities by the full local government. And so just Parks and Recreation is just one part of the transition plan for the entire local government. But we wanted to share with our Parks and Recreation leaders that this is how simple it is to start the process, and you can complete it. And kind of set priorities for your department. Thank you, Beth, for bringing that up. Are there any additional comments and questions? Great. Thank you, Beth, again. So the City of Mount Airy is the number one project, requesting $498,313 for further development of Westwood Park. Are there any questions or comments?
Yes.
Yes,
Why is
please.
it so cold in here?
Oh, gosh, I do not know.
Okay.
What'd she say, why is it so cold?
Why is it so cold? All right, so let's get it warmed up. Let's get going. You ready?
Okay.
All right, no questions or comments. We can move to the next ranked project. The next ranked project is Rowan County, requesting $450,000 for campground for campground bathhouse and campsites at Dan Nicholas Park. Are there any questions, comments? The next ranked project is the City of Thomasville requesting $499,853 for Phase 1 development for Central Recreation Center. Are there any questions or comments? Great. The next ranked project is the Town of Granite Falls, requesting $500,000 for the redevelopment of the neighborhood park.
How is the active grant coming along? This is for Blake.
Yeah.
Yes, they're on track to be finished. They're within the timeline, and they should be finished in the next few months and close out properly.
Any additional questions, comments? We'll move to the next ranked project. The City of Greenville requesting $500,000 for improvements at Woodlawn Park. Questions, comments? We'll move to the next ranked project, which is the Town of Jamestown, requesting $500,000 for Nature's Call, a park restroom revamp at Jamestown Park.
And they currently have 2 active grants underway.
They do, yes. And they're moving forward on those grants and no concerns at this point.
Both at Jamestown Park.
Does that happen often, Tree?
What's that?
Nature's Call?
Well,
Only in
as I get
Jamestown
older, it
Park.
happens more often.
Very creative. Any questions, comments? The next ranked project is Chowan County requesting $134,619 for Phase 1 development of Bennett's Mill Pond. Questions or comments? We'll move to the next ranked project, which is the City of Conover requesting $500,000 for accessibility improvements at Downtown Park. Questions or comments? We'll move to the next ranked project. The next project is Pitt County requesting $479,166 for Phase 1 improvements at Lake Glenwood Park. Any questions, comments? We'll move to the next ranked project. The next project is the City of Graham requesting $119,437 for Graham Recreation Center ADA updates. Questions or comments? Authority members, please note the City of South Point withdrew their application, so we will proceed to the next ranked project. The next ranked project is the Town of Valdez requesting $500,000 for Valdez Community Center.
Would you like to? No.
I'm sorry. Vonda has just brought to my attention that we did not ask for any conflict of interest with the AP grants. So does any any authority member have any conflicts with any of the AP applications? Please say now if you do and what it is. Okay. Thank you. I think we're okay.
Thank you. The minutes will show that conflict of interest was discussed. Okay. This ranked project is the Town of Valdez requesting $500,000 for Valdez Community Center. Access.
I would just make a comment, it seems good to see all the different partners that were involved in this project, the investment that they had in the planning.
Are there any additional comments, questions? We'll move to the next ranked project. The next project is the Town of Williamston requesting $87,021 for soccer playground renovation at Godwin Cottage Park. Any questions, comments? The next project is the City of Burlington requesting $100,000 for the purchase of an accessible train car. Any questions, comments? We'll move to the next ranked project. Surrey County requesting $480,459 for increasing accessibility for Fisher River Park. Any questions, comments? We'll move to the next ranked project. The City of Hickory requesting $410,833 for Miracle of Hickory Park improvements. Are there any questions, comments? We'll move to the next ranked project. The Town of Wallace requesting $400,000 for Clement Park. Questions, comments? If not, we will move to the next ranked project, which is the Town of Winterville, requesting $473,948 for Winterville Recreation Park. Are there any questions, comments? We'll move to the next ranked project. The Town of Montreat requesting $255,923 for Flat Creek Crossing.
I did enjoy looking at their site plan.
Very well drawn by hand. Artistic ability in Montreat.
Back to the basics.
It is nicely done. Are there any questions or additional comments? We'll move to the next ranked project. Town of Rollsville requesting $202,162 for renovation of the Mill Bridge Nature Park Amphitheater.
I have one question. It looks like public involvement on most of these grants have changed from what our previous, this morning we were looking at. And I just wondered, Scott, if you had any thoughts on any of that? Is that what we probably will be seeing with these AD grants?
It's a little different process than with the Part one. This case, they had some public input, but they didn't document it according to the rubric, so they didn't receive the credit for it. But yeah, I think it's this approach to, this grant is different than the Park and Recreation Trust Fund grant. Public engagement was a little different traditionally than what folks would do.
And just to expound on that for the audience, we had support for public meetings under public involvement, as well as support for local groups serving and advocating for people living with disabilities, which is different from the Parks and Recreation Trust Fund grant. Support for the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board is the same as part of, and then a second one, statement describing how people living with disabilities were involved in the project planning, was different than the Parks and Recreation Trust Fund.
But there are several who have done a good job of obtaining input and partnering with schools or families or different organizations, and that is a fun thing to read about.
Absolutely. Agreed. Are there any additional comments, questions? We'll move to the next ranked project. The Town of Edenton requesting $391,437 for Morgan Park Accessibility Project. Questions or comments? We'll move to the next ranked project. The Town of Andrews requesting $128,174 for Andrews Recreation Park access. Questions or comments? Your notebook pages may be getting harder to turn as we near the end. The next ranked project is Buncombe County requesting $500,000 for an accessible playground at Buncombe County Sports Park. Are there any questions or comments? The final AP project is the Town of Boone requesting $250,000 for River Street House restroom. Are there any questions, comments for that project? Are there any overall comments of the accessible park projects? I did want to share with you that, with the authority members, that there is a round two for funding any projects that were presented today, and as well as new projects for anyone that would want to participate in the second round. So we could have new projects or projects that you decide not to fund. If you felt like that they needed more, we discussed public involvement, so let's just say that you felt like they needed more public involvement. This is an opportunity for Recreation Resources Service to go back and help them up their game a little bit, since we are allowing a round two.
Question, it opens September and it's.
September the 3rd.
And it's open, how long do they have to improve if they're?
Till March 3rd, and the funding would be at the June authority meeting.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions, comments? Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Have you got a ballot?
We do.
Excellent.
If
And
you
we will-
decide not to vote for a project, please leave it blank.
That's an option?
That's an option. Because we're having a second round, if you felt like that a project was not viable as presented in round one, we can kick them to round two and ask them to. And you can not vote or vote however you would like to. If you want to fill your full ballot, you could vote, leave it blank, or you could give it whatever score you wanted. Did that answer your question, Beth?
I'm mildly stressed, I'll process it internally and.
No.
That's not an option?
Right.
Take it back, legal has said that you give them every project 1 through 4.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, legal.
1 through 4. take one. Madam Chair, the results have been provided to the authority members. There are no, the ties don't come into play because of the amount of requests versus the amount available.
And is there in your computer or any way to know like what a person's average score is? Like, did Mount Airy get a 4.0 and Greenville got a 3.5 or something like that?
Yes, I do have an average.
Yes.
Or like, did some people get out once? Yes. How can we see that or know that or?
We would have to announce it as we announce all of the projects. We're gonna try to bring it up on the screen.
Okay, awesome.
Give me a second.
1 second. Here, you can have this one. Oh, it's no
Sorry, I
bad.
was getting going.
Rhonda, do you have one?
Oh, I'm fine.
What? What are you asking?
She's gonna put up there like if your average is a 1 or 2,
Okay,
right?
good.
I think.
We're working on it.
You're gonna put that up there?
We're gonna try.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Right.
I mean, this is
So Lily. Okay.
Okay.
These spreadsheet wizards are awesome. Thank you,
1, 2, 4.
Lillian.
You're welcome. So your average is in that second column, average point.
And that's all 23 of them up there right now, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So the average points is in the second column.
So I think that, does anybody have any initial comments? I think, according to our voting rules, we are not required to fund everything, even if we have that amount of money. That is not a prerequisite, but we can choose to do that if we want to. So I think maybe we should start a discussion at what's the authority members' pleasure and how to start looking at which projects we want to fund.
I have just one more minute to compare something up there.
Of course.
We've got that document, don't we?
That's my
Beth, can I help?
Are authority members still looking at this on the screen? I think we may want to take it down if you don't have any more questions about it.
No more questions?
Haven't got any. We don't have.
You don't have papers.
We don't.
Beth,
Yeah, so you can take it down.
okay. Do you have a question?
No, I'm good right now, thank you.
Okay.
So for a general discussion, these are new, and I appreciate all the time staff put into it and to talk it out. And while we do have enough money to fund everything, I think to show that we are after quality applications and to uphold the integrity of the applications and what the intent was with the General Assembly, that I don't feel that every single project should be funded this round, that since we do have a second round coming up and there's chances to improve, to go and do that ADA checklist or go ahead and do more public input with groups that are about accessibility, that we find a way to allow those people to come back with better grants. So that's my opening discussion, that I don't think we should fund every single project. And so then my next step is, I had in my notes what makes good or bad, but I don't know how everybody's combines, if there's a logical cutoff of going back to make better applications.
Thank you. Any other comments or follow-up on that discussion?
You know, I think I agree with that sentiment. I'm not sure either as to where the sensible cutoff should be. But I do think that there is value, since we have the second round, in being able to work with those communities and seeing where improvements can be made. So we ensure that the best projects do move forward.
Are there specific ones, or, I mean, or I guess the idea is that each of us may have ones that we don't think, or that we think should, be considered for funding later, but they could be different.
Right.
So, I don't know how.
So looking at the average scores is one way that was up there previously. You know, if you scored below a 2, that meant a lot of us felt like you were weak in some way. So perhaps that is a cutoff if you were less than 2. But maybe other people have other ideas.
The motion could help.
I don't disagree with that at all, but I do want to point out it, because it sounded like the second round, the funding will not be available till next June. So that does put applicants behind in their possible funding. I'll just make that point. And then I guess, Lillian, is there an easy way for you to sort the projects where, with your average score, where we can see whether it's 2 and below or 3 and below?
Sure.
Good. Other thoughts? Amber, Chad?
I'll just add a thought that, you know, like you say, a lot of work has gone into these grants to even put them on the table. And, you know, we score them, and a lot changes when they don't get it, and then they have to reapply again. They may not have the same partnerships, cost is gonna go up, you know, so many variables there. We have the money, and unless there's a specific reason, it should not be funded. I just feel like it should be funded.
I just feel like this right here is a totally different spectrum, though, from my perspective. I mean, these are helping people who disabilities, and it's not like it's the part of part. And so this is kind of, and in being in government where I live, it's the biggest necessity that people are going to have accessible parks to. And if we could do that and we can align that, I'd like to see us fund that is all, and then maybe be more strict on how the scoring is done from now on, if that's But, you know, we have the money now. I'd like to see us go forward just because this is helping people who can't help themselves a lot of times. And I'd make the motion to accept them all.
Okay, Chad's made a motion to approve all the grants. Is there a second?
I would second that.
Cynthia, second. More discussion?
I just have a question. So the way I'm reading this is that all of them were funded, we would only expend 67% of the available funds?
Correct.
And that
think-
remainder, is that what rolls into the second round, or is there also an additional pot of that second round already there?
That is the second round, right?
That is what rolls into the second round.
Right.
But rolls
That's-
into as in that's the only funding for the second round?
Yes. So I think the total is what, 12.5? So,
12.5.
12.5.
Correct.
8, 9.
Right.
So accessible parks is non-recurring for the 23, 24, 24, 25 budget years. So we have till June to spend it.
I don't know if we're having it sounds like we're having a
Yes.
discussion on Chad's motion.
Yes.
I think, I agree with the idea of approving all of them or funding all of them. And I'm looking at it more so from a financial perspective, with the exception of Buncombe County, where I'm from. But with the exception of Buncombe County, the amounts are not incredibly high. And I would like to see, to me, this is like a proof of concept opportunity for them. I understand that the applications weren't as strong, but I don't know. I think the risks are low. The risk of not having some success is really low still.
Thank you. Amber?
I'm formulating my thoughts. Can I pass it for
Okay.
1 second?
Yes.
I mean, unless somebody else is gonna go. My thought is, my biggest concern is the lack of public involvement, specifically being able to show that some of these towns and communities and applicants have not incorporated specifically people with disabilities, because I may have an idea for what makes a great park or what makes something accessible, but unless I talk to enough people, I may design something that they can't use or would not be utilized as well as it could. So I definitely understand with and support the idea of funding if we can, because the risk is low, but also if the target population can't, or if it's not what they need, that's my concern.
In any sense from you all, whether the ones that, if we were to go with the suggestion of those less than 2 not getting funding, any sense of whether they have a strong probability of meeting or improving their score in time for the next cycle?
Well, in response to Amber's comment, we try to make the comments on those summary sheets, because there are many applicants that did have strong public involvement, just may not have provided the documentation that we require through the application process to receive points for that section. So there, and again, just flipping through my southeast, I mean, there's several that have, no evidence of presentation, inadequate evidence of public involvement. They submitted it, but they may have been missing components for us to be able to verify how, like with the public meetings. They had the public meeting and they turned in the minutes from it showing support, but we didn't get evidence of it being widely advertised. So we can't award the points for it because we don't know, was it solely posted in town hall, on the back door? Or was it widely advertised for all of the jurisdictions to participate? So, and
But that's submitted.
right, or was it submitted? You're or we may have had a newspaper article that reflected a, strong turnout at an event, but again, that doesn't meet the criteria to qualify them for the points the way that the rubric is set up for review.
And to speak more directly to your question, I can't speak to the 5 or so programs that you're talking about that are under 2. I will say that in all the programs that I reviewed, they demonstrated need. There was need demonstrated.
Thank you.
Any other comments before we vote on Chad's, motion? Thoughts? Anything? Okay, so if I understand right, Chad's motion is to fund all of the projects that came to us today. Was seconded, so I'm gonna do a roll call. All that approve that, Chad Brown,
Aye.
Mavis Grab,
Aye.
Amber Brown,
Aye.
Lauren Sutton,
Aye.
Beth Hiley,
Aye.
Cynthia Tart,
Aye.
and I agree, aye. So the motion passes, and all of these projects are funded. So. And again, I want to thank the consultants for your input. I think that was very valuable, and it always is. And thank you all authority members for such a good discussion. I know this is a tough decision, and I think going forward, we'll be working, the consultants will be working with applicants to maybe improve their applications, but I think for this being the round we have, that was a good decision to make, because I'm sure a lot of people on the ground will get access to parks that wouldn't have it before. So I think that we are toward the end of the meeting. I just want to again thank everybody for coming. Thank you for your applications. Thank you for your work, building community and trails. And I thank the staff, who's always does a great job, Vonda and Lillian especially, on this. And all of our consultants. Now, I think it's time for everybody to go out and relax a little bit on Friday night and have a good weekend. And I'm going to let anybody that wants to have final comments say them, and then Cynthia will have the final. Any comments?
I'm gonna defer my time to Cynthia.
Okay. Okay, Cynthia, it's all yours.
I would just say thank you to everybody, and just, this has been a good run, and I wouldn't have traded it for anything. It's been a great journey, and just good luck, and Parks and Recreation Trust Fund is in good hands, and just have enjoyed meeting everyone. So I make a motion that we adjourn.
Well, and don't get a different phone number so we
I
can
know.
still text you.
She changed it while she was here.
Okay, thank you all very much.
If you have any hearing left.
What about the paperwork? Can we leave those numbers?
Can we get better numbers next time?
Yeah, you can leave the notebooks and we'll recycle and papers and reuse the notebooks.
Was there a second on the adjourn?
Congratulations.
So we awarded, the Parks and Recreation Authority awarded $17,553,993 today.